have with K-dramas. My issue with K-dramas, so many of them just all rotate the same fucking actors. So they all, I mean, because they just use the same actors, it's the same actors and actresses just being the same shit all the time. You know, it's nothing different, right? And then on top of that, K-dramas are like, Korea's just has an epidemic of typecasting, insane typecasting. So, buddy, we were listening to a song. Don't test me, motherfuckers. I'll skip the tips, bitch. I still haven't eaten it, dude. I'm hungry. Why is this song so fucking good? I don't know why. Low-key, I think if this song was in the anime awards for opening sequence, it would win right now against every other song. Real. Same singer as Steingate's OP? Yeah, it's fucking banging, bro. All right. Can you sing along next time? Hell no. All right, what tips did we have last time? Oh, let me change the title. Whoops. Higurashi Chapter 2. Rika-chan, where are you? Okay, there you go. All right, boom. All right. View tips. Request denied. Elderly leader of the Sonazaki family. We would do elderly leader.
はい。郵便局員も目撃してないそうです。園崎本家は郵便受けにハンコが吊るしてあるそうで、書き留めも宅配便も勝手にハンコをして投函していいことになってるんだそうっす。
そりゃ不用心ですね。ってことは、最後の目撃はいつになるんです？
渡流しの開会式でした挨拶が最後です。その後すぐに帰宅したらしいっすから。
これですからね。話じゃ週に何回かお稽古ごとで外出してるそうじゃないですか。そっちはどうです？
毎週月曜に集会所で大正事を習ってるんですが、今週は休んだそうです。
欠席の電話とかは？それを誰かが確認したとかは？
いえ、誰も。ただ、たまに休むことがあったらしいので、誰も不審には思わなかったようです。
明日さ、10時くらいになったら市役所のふりして電話してみましょうかね。在宅を確認してみてください。
10時ですね。了解っす。
At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the... Wait, did I fucking... Oh, ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawa tradition had something to do with all this, he's been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furude family had disappeared. There was only one leader left, Oryu Sonazaki, the leader of the Sonazaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hasn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of the Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonazaki main house? Or had she?
園崎美音が言うには体調を崩して寝込んでるんだそうです。
本当に寝込んでるのかな。顔と脈を見てみたいですね。
まったくっす。
The two of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette
大
smoke.
石さん、園崎本家と古出神社の捜査令状、申請通ると思います？
Oishi didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke, his surroundings now as foggy as his mind. Okay. Bro, Tabasco smoke low-key sounds fire, though. Let's check request denied.
あ、お疲れ様です。
どうです？何か手がかりはありました？
The officers shook their heads in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi.
課長、若い子から交代で仮眠取らせてあげてください。ここからは長丁場になりますからね。無理せず、体を休めながらのんびり行きましょう。
みんなには交代で休めって言ってるんだけどね。みんな遠慮してなかなか休んでくれないんだよ。お石さんからも言ってくれないか。
ありゃありゃ。みんな遠慮しないでいいんですよ。小宮山君、若い子から順に交代で休ませてあげてください。
小宮山さん、そうしてあげてください。
After Chief told him as well, Komiyama-sama left his seat.
で課長、例の請求なんですけど、まだ。
第一、村人の噂だけなんでしょ。もっと具体的な証拠がなければ難しいよ。
その証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんですよ。
Oh, the storehouse? Did they want to get access?
その証拠が中に詰まっているという証拠が必要なんだよ。
課長、なぞなぞやってるんじゃないんですよ。死んだ2人を含む4人が渡流しの晩に西宮殿と呼ばれる禁断の蔵に無断で入り込み、それを何者かが見ていた。ここまでは信頼できる情報なんです。
情報と言ったってあくまでも噂だよ。証拠があるわけじゃない。
そりゃまあ、4人が放火無理して忍び込む写真はありませんがね。とにかく4人は西宮殿の中で何かを見たんです。消されるくらいの何かを。
消されるくらいの何か？それは何だい？
That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place.
園崎家絡みの暴力団関係が有力候補ですな。拳銃の山か密造工場か。園崎家の隠し資産っていうのも捨てがたいあたりです。
大石さん、気持ちはわかるけど、あの西宮殿ってのは古出神社にある神聖な建物で、地元の人間への相当な配慮が必要な建物なんだよ。
I heard that there was an hour-long call made from Congresswoman Sonazaki to the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down?
とにかく、相当の証拠がない限り、西宮殿の捜査令状は取れないよ。園崎本家への令状も同じだ。特に園崎本家への捜査は四課と県警の暴対が絡んでる。入念な事前調整がいるんだ。
調整がいるってんなら私直接乗り込んでつけてきてもいいですよ。四課長はしげちゃんでしょう。暴対は三海さん、隣の雀荘で話した方が早そうなメンツですね。
課長にお客様です。
What the fuck? Pushing the employee who guided him in right out of the way was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama. Did he not get enough of this this over the phone?
わしは議員の園崎じゃ。責任者を出さんか。
Oh shit.
はよせい。
どうも。私が課長の高杉でございます。
お前の名刺なぞいらんわ。お前なんぞいつだって官職に飛ばせるんじゃぞ。それにお前だけでは足らん。 大石とかいう男も呼ばんか。神聖な古出神社に捜査令状なんぞを請求しよった罰当たり者じゃ。
申し訳ございません。大石はただいま捜査に出ておりまして、なかなか連絡がつきにくく、私が代わって受けたまわりますので、どうぞおかけください。
The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gracefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room.
よいか。古手神社はそもそも公暦2600年に次ぐ2500年の歴史を有する神聖にして犯すべからずの聖地なのじゃ。八百万の神々とお社様と先祖の霊を祭り、日が昇りてから沈むまで、月が昇りてから沈むまで、ひなみ沢を見守る尊い神社なのじゃ。それを土足で踏みにじろうというバカがいる。
Okay, and if Rika doesn't have children and she dies, then is no one ever going to access that place ever again? Because only her family's allowed in.
そもそも信仰の自由は憲法で定められた国民の最も尊い権利であろうが、それを自らの捜査の怠慢を口実に汚そうという魂胆。
There's a Chacona EP Bow song. Yeah, I could watch it later, bro. It's not even like drip marketing or something. It's a song.
こんなものは断じて許せんぞ。聞いておるのか、大竹が。わしを怒らせてただで済むと思わん方がいいぞ。
Okay, okay. Fucking religious cultists. Alright, let's check out the scrapbooks. How many fucking scrapbooks does she have? Sonazaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonazaki family. The leader of the time was Oryu Sonazaki, who still has that seat today. Oryu Sonazaki has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude and seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter, Mion. But it's rumored that it has to do with disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonazaki, still shows no sign of dignity required of the next leader. However, she does have Sonazaki blood in her veins and is permitted the name of Demon. Demon? She still doubtlessly requires caution and is probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as the leaders of the past did. Demon? Okay. Wouldn't that mean she ate someone? Or the Sonazakis all eat people? The Hidden Demon. How plays visual novels? I played a bunch on stream. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character of demon is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonazaki families. Case in point, we can see in the current Sonazaki family leader's name, Oryu, is written with the character... with that thing. I don't know how to read that. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonazaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonazaki, its successor, contains Japanese symbol in her name, with Mi being written as Japanese symbol. It also goes for Oryu's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as Thingy, though it was changed afterwards to Thingy, still read as Akane. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character, the Mayor Kichiro's name, blank, originally meant demon, which can also be read as Ki. It should be said that the names using the characters aren't limited only to successors of the Sonazaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of that thingy. If you write it in reverse and top to bottom as whatever, it clearly resembles the character. Oh, wait, true, I see it. As for the Furude family, who have been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters as blank blank. I think that with the addition of a demon's horn to tick on the top of the characters, became the thingy that is used. Bro, this is really fucking hard to read because it's just Japanese symbols. In the case of the Sonazaki family, where Sonazaki is written as blank, I can't find any reference to the character blank, perhaps because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they include the contents of that ceremony into their last names. The Zaki and Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word slice, and the Sono, written as blank, probably contains a hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complicated mess, organs enclosed by four sides. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Alright, those are the tips. Here we go. Here we go. Will we find Rika-chan? We're in chapter 10. Or we're in chapter 11 now. We gotta be getting to the end soon. Satoko? I mean, who cares about Satoko? I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice I was in my futon, like it was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. Chad, I'm not being a jackass, okay? Mion told me that she's cursed, okay? Fuck Satoko. Maybe Satoko is the reason Rika's gone. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. Secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、ゆうべはお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの？
3時くらいまでかな。うん。
結局見つかったの？そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
Do you even know who they are, Mom? Are you even interested in my personal life? Crunch. I warily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door.
おはよう。少しは眠れたかな。かな。
Oh my god, 2x Kana at 7 in the morning?
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分、鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
So he slept 3 hours? Rena seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual
学
spirit.
校、行くか。
うん。その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日お休みしたら、きっとケイチ君は病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。
Shut up, Fries.
私、
I don't care about
そんなの
your
嫌だから。
silly joke. Until you speak in proper English, I am not reading your messages, alright? So stop speaking in fucking TikTok Zoomer lingo, alright? Type your goddamn words out fully.
だから一緒に学校に行こ
わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
う。みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to a point where it was okay for us to go alone, and we exchanged
どうする？
glances.
もう少し待つか？
That point, oof. My brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other, and next it might be the Sonazaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Rena gave me a pat on the
ミ
back.
オン、本当にいるよな。
何か言ったかな？
いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
The two of us headed to school by ourselves. Oh, shit. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. Ooh, they're scared. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that
お
before.
はようございます。
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原君、
What the fuck?
おはよ
What's this fuzzy? Nice! Triple kill! Whoa! By the way, did you lose 50-50 for one of my fucking, for one of my Yuhis? Why'd you get V7? One loss, but insta-double. Okay, but like, you do realize one loss, but insta-double is pointless if I have V7. What am I gonna do with V7, you know? You motherfucker. I was on a streak on Yuhi, bro. I won 4 in a row. 3x pulls? Yeah, okay. Those Doritos. Whoa.
う。竜宮君、おはよ
Thank you, Fuzzy.
おはよ
Yeah,
うご
let me
ざい
know
ま
when the
す。
Dorito patch happens, okay?
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。
Ooh.
いいかね？
Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Oh shit.
皆さん、おはようございます。
The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal
ま
morning.
ず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
The principal cleared his throat and approached the Dace? The fuck? How do you say this word?
Dais.
Dais.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。
Oh my god, the principal was crying too.
今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled.
では、授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。
Or she's missing.
では日直、号令。起立。
Who the fuck is young boy? That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives have been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As we're the teacher, who always had lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Ooh. Feels bad, man. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
ああ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up
遠
early
慮な
this
くつっ
morning.
つけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon moods to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってると、なんだかなんだかだよね。はう。
Keiichi, your laugh sounds fake as fuck. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
悪かった。
いいよ。仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、
Oh, shit.
どこに行ったんだろうな。
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath.
昨日ね、ケイチ君がいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナの知ってる限りを話すね。
昨夜はすまなかった。頼む。
At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Lady Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
でも結局何もわからなかったんだろう。学校が終わってから家に帰って二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は全く。
Rena had told me yesterday we had no clues.
警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言った
What's
ら
up now?
町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
In town. It made sense why we couldn't find them, even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then... what did she say? Oh right, if she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. But who is the dog? With all the talks of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant. But it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think about it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got a feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say out loud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rena didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountain out back where students seldom went. The water flowed down to our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとさとこちゃんが町に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて、なんだか腑に落ちなくて。私、
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ？富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The Tomita Tofu Shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？それが何か手がかりになるのか？
Because then they wouldn't have left town then.
いい
She
か
would
ら
have
聞い
seen.
て。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと、覚えてるかな？
Oh, they saw the tofu there? Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。
Oh, shit.
中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
So if they planned to disappear, they wouldn't have done all this. As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's
でも
room.
レナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはさとこちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
夕食の時間の直前まで？
Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たらすごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
それってつまりさとこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
うん。それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど2人とも夕飯は食べなかった。そういうことか。
Rena nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。
Shit.
そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
Rena's a fucking expert, bro. You usually eat plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう、ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにする
Why
もの
would
だ
they
よ
have done
ね。
that if there was no later?
冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
True, that's why she was so good at stalking us last time.
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。
You're asking a little much from Keiichi, Rena. His brain, like, it just doesn't
お夕
exist.
飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。どういうことだと思う？
What do you think that means, Keiichi? Do you have any power of deduction?
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
No shit, Sherlock.
そう、つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。多分7時頃くらい。
Oh man, all this talk about miso soup, I'm hungry as fuck. Can you stop talking about food?
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ。
当然そこに行き着くよね。圭一くん覚えてるかな。折りたたみ机が置いてあってその上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったの。
I haven't eaten anything, man. I'm so hungry. There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね、空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。
What the fuck?
これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Sorry, Fox. Thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back.
Camille, are you?
Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
Why is there soy sauce missing?
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味にな
What
る
does
ん
this
だ。
mean?
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Keiichi. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she probably was lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
俺ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるものなのか。
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいこと
And
じ
they
ゃな
got
いよ。
kidnapped while trying to get soy sauce. What a sad way to go. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika-chan happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something
う
like
ちに
this.
食事の用意があるからさとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。
Oh no, bait.
リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって。きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
Yeah, Satoko should have been sussed. Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
でもすでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
Unless they were eating the people that were coming to the house. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra
たま
people.
たま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
What's up, Shy Atlas?
それでも絶対に考えられない。
Rena flatly
だ
denied
っ
me.
てリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。
Yeah, Rika wouldn't be the type to do that.
どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
True. This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation bereft of
じゃあ
clues.
リカちゃんは どこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it's suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. Mion's house. So who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。
Well, fuck. That doesn't. We're still. Okay, well, that doesn't help us at all.
あくまでも想像だからね。警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
隠すことはないんじゃないか。仮に半分しか会ってないとしても、きっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
ケイチ君、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
I saw a few girls coming over to rinse their bento boxes. Rena cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way, Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rena did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprit, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitaka-san and Takono-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then what about Satoko? Just a straight bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I had told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me and I was just careless. That's another story though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure, and then put an end to all this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
前原君、昼休みは終わりであるぞ。教室に戻りなさい。
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left and then another, and in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she
本当に
declined.
いいのか？一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。
Keiichi, you don't know. Rena's a fucking demon. She literally is gonna pull out a hatchet out of her backpack and kill whoever comes after her.
まだ明るいんだもの。大丈夫。
そうか。じゃあ気をつけてな。
Chad, don't the eyes on this fucking Monka cat emote look like the eyes Mion has whenever it fucking zooms into her fucking eyes? The fucking little demon eyes.
あれ？あれ警察の人じゃないかな。
Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. From out of that car came Oishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
でもどうして警察の人が圭一君に用があるんだろう。
Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did it. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still didn't ask me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the
俺
truth.
は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
でも事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something
今
dirty.
度は話すよ。
Well, at least we didn't lie to her, okay? You know? Like, this time she's not gonna fucking scream at us and call us a liar.
待ってるね。
じゃあ早く行きな。
Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over.
どうもどうも。お帰りなさい、前原さん。
どうも。
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。いやはや困っていたんですよ。
He came all the way to my house. I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back
親
late.
父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。それは好都合です。親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. Seemed like he wanted me to get into the car. Oishi-san! Someone saw this, they'd add you to a fucking list, buddy. Doing
警
this
察
every
に連
day,
行するん
fucking
ですか？
creep. I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if you wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえ、立ち話もなんですから。車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。さあ、どうぞ。
He opened the back door and urged me inside. This is bad. I bet Mion's gonna immediately know we talked to Oishi-san or got into his car. If I got in, I wouldn't have an easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I hate Keiichi always does this. He always reasons as to why he shouldn't do something, but then counters his own reasoning immediately with some hypothetical situation that he doesn't even know might occur or not. Right? This is way back when he was like, I need to give this doll to Rena because if I don't, she's gonna go fucking steal it from other people. Like, bro, you don't fucking know if that's gonna happen. Like, why doesn't he reject Oishi-san and actually see if he'll actually handcuff him? You know? I couldn't refuse, I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioning, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only
あ
rarely.
りゃ、冷えすぎます？切りましょうか。
He turned off the engine, and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. Quack, 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 quack. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded
捜
first.
査の方はどうなってるんですか？
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいありすぎて、どれのことやら。
全部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、あなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょう。じゃあ、最初の事件からいきます。
The freak deaths of Tomitaka-san and Takano-san on the night of Watanagashi.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。まずは富武さん。集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
高野さんは
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして、首を絞められた後にガソリン管轄が岐阜県産でね。
That didn't even sound like Oishi. Who the fuck just talked?
あちらさん、 自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃ
Looks
ない
like
ん
your
ですよ。
his microphone changed.
おっと、これは関係ない話ですね。
So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、岐阜の山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょう。富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
ありゃ、前原さん、あなた、なか
No,
な
he's
か
not.
同
He's
志で鋭いで
fucking
すね。
stupid.
もちろん、私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのはこのくらいです。
村長さんの方はどうですか。何か手がかりはありましたか。
Having exhausted the topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation to me on me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
The mayor, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids.
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で鹿骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
Even I knew that big hospitals like university hospitals had a really long wait time. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは、自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
There was nothing suspicious at all about that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、途中電車で人身事故がありましてね。
Incident?
どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
会合ってのは何だったんですか。
He's not gonna ask about the incident?
確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart.
あれ、
どうなさいました？
I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Marabara, just realized something. Is it about the Rena saying that Mion got treated that way, and then is he finally going to connect the dots that Shion says she was treated that way? The night of, oh, never mind. It might be something else. The night of Watanagashi? That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. He ate something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi until when he showed up to the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that. He went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. He could not even called him on the phone. So how did Shion? Why does that matter?
ケイちゃん、私、
どうした話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ。
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
Told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi
村長さん
everything.
に、私、あの晩、最後段に忍び込んだこと、誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
ああ、それで
君吉のおじいちゃん、そしてにっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? No more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion says she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. I don't know, man. I'm still convinced. Like I said, I've been saying this for a while, right? That Mion has replaced Shion. Mion got rid of Shion and has replaced her ass and has been pretending to be Shion this whole time, even when they meet up. At least that's my running theory. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant...
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It's because your brain is tiny. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
前原さん、もしもし。
Bro, his brain's working at like fucking 5,000% trying to get this like thought to connect.
はい。
Oshi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいいですよね。
Don't tell him shit, Keiichi. You're just gonna get fucked if you tell him anything. My mind had become a giant oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender and I couldn't think.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Oshi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。そこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
何もなかったです。
Soon as it said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter
本
anymore.
当に何もなかったんですか？だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです？
I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't
大
matter
昔に
anymore.
使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
本当にそれだけ？
本当にそれだけです。
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？例えば覚醒剤の山とか
What the fuck?
消しの秘密工場があったとか、
Okay.
あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていたと。不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things that didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの細具殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って、もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。いやもう、だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかはなかったんですよ。
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。
I knew it! Shion's dead!
あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、あなただけが無事なん
I
です。
was right, chat! I said it! I've been saying it from the very beginning that Mion would get mad and fucking Thanos snap Shion and then replace her and pretend to be her daughter. Okay, chat, that's not theory number 33. That was one of my first theories after the fact it happened, bro. Like, nah, go back into VOD, find that shit. I legitimately said, nah, Shion's fucking gone. Mion knows. The second, no, I could tell you the second I knew. Alright, it was right here. Okay? No. It was right here. It was this moment, okay? It was this moment. Oh no, Mion's onto us, bro.
ごめん。
Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps. Nah, Mion's onto us, man.
ねえケイちゃん、
なんだよ。
シオンには会わなかった？
Oh shit. Bro, you knew Shion was dead. Don't lie, Keiichi. If you lie, it's bad. My heart skipped another beat. Are you blind? Maybe how is that the same color? My surprise through my hand.
いや、
The fuck? That's not the same color?
姿を見たような。でもミオンとそっくりだ
I
から
knew she was dead when she switched up like this. Watch. It's the switch up.
そんなに間違えないでしょ。
Oh my god, Keiichi, you literally just make it worse for yourself every
服装だっ
time.
て違うんだから。
Yeah.
そうだよな。
Oh shit. Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me. And then
しょうがないな、シオンは。
this is when I knew she was fucking dead, bro. Listen, the second Mion went from that serious to you knew she was dead. Oh, she's killing Shion. Bro, I'm telling you, I fucking knew it. Listen, it wasn't even a guess. Number 33. It was immediate. The second it happened, I said it. Okay?
あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う。どんな違いがあったのか。それが知りたいんです。
There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone? You alone. What?
ちょっとあなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
Why are you laughing?
ですから、あなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。
Why is the psycho police detective laughing, bro? You just told a 14-year-old that he's the only one alive and that one of his friends is also dead.
細具殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の
The only one left alive. Hold on. Shion was
あ
still.
の晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しまし
I
た。
told you, man. I told you. Every phone call, everything was Mion pretending to be Shion, man. I fucking knew it. I knew it. Yup.
あなただけが無事に今日までを
Which?
過ごしてるんで
If
す。
you go back into the VOD, what did I say, chat? If this is Mion, give her a fucking Oscar. Because her acting is impeccable. I literally said Mion should just quit the Yakuza and just become an actress. Because she's insanely good. Like, oh my lord.
なぜあなただけなのか。私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
シオンが失踪したって？そんなバカな。
I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tomitaka-san died, Takano-san died, and Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy
あ
talking
りゃ
about?
とっくにご存知だったとばかり。
そんなのは初めて聞いた。シオンが失踪した？いつ？
遡ると渡流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Going back a bit. Stop saying stuff I don't
園
understand.
崎紫音さんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。
Oh shit.
学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
He just told you.
ですから渡流しの次の日
One
です。
brain cell needs to fucking like expand or something like. The fluids in my body all reverse direction. Well, that's not very good. You wouldn't want P to go the other way. I lost my sense of balance and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on, hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then, that night, that call, that phone call, who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Because that's what Mion wants. Mion wants you to just stay locked in and not die and not join the others, you know? She wants to keep you alive. Don't give her a reason to kill you, Keiichi. Like, I don't know, talking to the cops? Because you know Mion's got some fucking sniper motherfucker with a telescope looking at your ass right now, and they see you in a car with a cop, yapping away. Like, oh, Lord, bro, he's dead. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、
Oh, no.
学校もいちいち電話しない。そんなこんなで、彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
I felt the stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as
ほ
well.
ら、覚えてませんか。渡流しの次の日に、私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。あの時、シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。
That was the last time. Oh, shit.
あの後、彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
But the question is then, how does Mion know about meeting Oishi-san there? Unless Mion was already stalking Shion and on her way to work killed her and then took over for her at the work. Oh, shit.
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me
エ
that
ン
night?
ジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。あの日から無断欠勤です。
Oh shit, never mind, she didn't even go to work.
今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
そんなバカな。そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけですがね。図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまで、この間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
That's how Mion knows, because Mion was fucking following Shion the whole time. Right after Shion ran away without me?
ご存知なかったみたいですね。なら、先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな？
Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Wait, maybe Shion did call us that night. But the reason the receiver hung up like suddenly was because she got killed by Mion. And then Mion hung up the phone and then called the next time being like, "Oh yeah, I'm a little bit better now," and pretending to be Shion.
もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとはあなただけなんです。あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
It couldn't be. It just
次
couldn't
に
be.
何か起こるとすれば、それはあなたなんです。前原さん、どうかご理解を。
Can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。次はあなたなんですよ。
Then who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? That's... Okay. Alright, Keisha, relax. I feel like this chapter has set up for us to already expect the Shion Mion switch up because we already fell for the Shion Mion switch up earlier, so it was inevitable that it was going to come into play later. We just didn't know when. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. Okay, this is Keiichi, this is where you lock in. Shion is gonna call you. This is when you fucking interrogate her ass. And then Mion breaks the cover. There was a note in my house saying that mom and dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. Oh my god. Bro, can my parents stop leaving me home alone when kids are disappearing? Like, other parents are like, oh my god, kids are disappearing. We need to walk them home. My parents are like, he's fine. Let's just leave his ass. Like, bro, we got the worst fucking parents ever, man. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, the fuck? Can I remind you? We died in chapter 1 when our parents weren't here. Like, can they stop leaving my ass? I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? Who the fuck do you think it is? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Oishi-san admitted himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot. Couldn't she have just gone to relatives? Oh my god, here he goes again. Copium. Fucking bro, he's huffing the whole goddamn ocean. Shion and I were both targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think that she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her as a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Oh my god, bro, he's so good at self-gaslighting. It's insane. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Okay, alright, at least your right hand is locked in, your brain isn't, but... His cold sting let me calm down a little. Bro, his right hand has more of a brain than a skull. Crazy. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Oh, bro, we're getting into the same routine now. Remember in the chapter 1, when he started getting paranoid like this, he like slapped himself in the classroom multiple times, or to wake himself up. Like, we're doing the same. Oh, bro, we're dying soon. It's a sign. We're dying soon. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her? Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. No, the best thing, I'm telling you, I said this before, that he should test whoever's on the phone. This is what I said the first time I assumed that it was Mion on the phone and not Shion, was that he should ask her what sound she heard inside of the storeroom. Because only Shion and him and Tomitake would know. Nobody else knows.
でも逃げるな圭一
If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? Who pretended to be Shion before Keiichi? Oh my god, this guy's brain is so tiny. He's an idiot. Fucking Blue's Clues is better at this shit, and he's a fucking blue dog. I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. Bro, like, if he doesn't ask her what sound she heard in the storeroom as a test, like, I don't know, man. His brain is like, there was someone, though, wasn't there. Finally, he's connecting the dots. Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into a ritual house and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonazaki family that I heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage, give me courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful, be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 At that point, it rang. The phone rang and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi, yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again tonight, the people that disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Okay, what the fuck is he? Of course that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail?
一番安全かもしれないよな
What I was most afraid of was that the person on the phone would do when she, person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just made sure to be careful that she'd be the safest options. I made up my mind. I answered the phone. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'll do this time, though. I scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? What was she why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? Well, I don't think Mion has anything to do with Satoko, because why would she have said all that? Unless she was just yapping. Reach out for the receiver, my arms trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi.
もしもし
Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
ケイちゃんですか私ですシオンです
My momentary, convenient, and above all, fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for
電
this.
話なかなか出なかったんでお留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ
Shut the fuck up, Mion. You know I'm home. You're looking at me through a goddamn telescope.
ああごめん ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
それでもご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？
Don't tell them you're alone. Don't tell them you're alone, Keiichi. Don't do it.
ひょっとしてケイちゃんの家、
Oh
今
no.
ご両親
It's
は
the
お留
same
守なん
setup,
ですか？
bro. It's the same setup. You gotta good bluff. I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my
いや
house.
別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより。
Oh my god, bro. She knows you're alone now.
聞いたか？リカちゃんとサトコの件。
いえ、結局あの後どうなったんですか？見つかったんですか？
Bro, Keiichi's like so bad at like improv, like, you know, picking it up. He just fucking drops the ball every time.
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it came to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold. Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind
リ
her
カちゃんと
words.
サトコは。いや、ごめん。村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？まだ生きてるんだろうか？
What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? Can't you just go to Rena's house? Bro, I'm not entirely convinced Rena's not in on it in some way. Just because Chapter 1, Rena and Mion were both the offending parties. This chapter as well, if you remember, Rena was the only one that was keeping us tied to Mion in like a really bad situation, right? So like Rena might just feel like she's a safe option, but she's actually been connected to Mion the whole time. Like they're like close, tight friends, so I wouldn't trust them at all, you know? That said, however much I
殺
talked
されちゃったんだと思います。
about the mayor, I think he was killed.
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
Chat, what was that thing that we were talking about? That Shion on the phone responded about like, oh, you didn't know that? Like if you put something inside of the gasoline, or gas tank. Right? Yeah, sugar cubes inside of the gas tank to sabotage the machines. When was that? That was after Watanagashi, right? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Okay, so I asked, how the fuck would Shion know that? But it makes more sense if Mion knows that, because she's literally trained to be Yakuza. So that could have also been a hint at being like, that's Mion, right? Because I was like, what the fuck? Why does Shion know that? The words started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? It's because it's Mion.
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
Oh shit. New music? Whoa. Okay. This far into the game, new song?
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、多分そうではないかと。
I think at the end of the day, as good as Mion is at acting, she's not the genuine Shion. And she's probably like really fucked up in the head. So like she can only act nice so much. That's where like the cracks are appearing. No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan, it was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily.
リカ様とさとこちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
Those were words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. This time the tears flowed. I've been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I've been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. You think Rika knew that Mion killed Shion? Or even she didn't expect Mion to go that far. That's why Rika just said that she's angry. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at... Well, it doesn't make sense that Mion is a dog, though, because Mion in that situation was specifically called the older sister cat. If only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet I cried and cried.
どうか気を確かに。
Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことでどうするんですか?
Keiichi, this is where you lock in and just like immediately change tone and be like, Shion, what did you hear in that storehouse that night? And then fucking catch her off guard and she's like, what? And then boom.
次に狙われるのは確実に私かケイちゃんなんですよ。お願いですからしっかりしてください。お願いします。お願いしますから。
God damn, bro, Mion, fucking Oscar level performance. Like, fuck Gal Gadot, get her out of here, hire Mion. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. Oh shit. This Shion killed them. I had no doubt that this person killed them. Why?
ど
Why?
うしてだよ。どうして人をさらったり殺したりするんだよ。たたりだかなんだか知らないが、人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ。あっさり消したり殺したり。
ええ、全くです。悪魔ですよね。
Felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach and it felt like it was going to erupt at any
なあ
moment.
シオン、教えてくれ。どうしてこのひなみ沢では綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ。
それは私が知りたいです。
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ。なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ。どうしてだよ。どうして理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
I think Keiichi's gonna say something to tick Mion off and then it's gonna like... I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam instead of me rushing forth and I couldn't stop them. There were not simple questions, this was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet, it was just too funny. He was, yeah, okay, Keiichi, I see you. You're under the guise of being hysterical. It was so funny that I couldn't stop
ケイちゃん
crying.
の気持ち、私もよくわかります。ダム闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。なのに毎年、お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。なぜ？どうしてなんですか？全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして？
Anybody know if Mion and Shion are actually voiced by the same voice actors? That would be crazy.
それを俺が聞いてるんだ。
They are? Damn, bro. Good range.
それを私だって知りたいんですよ。
Haha, both our ragged breath could be heard over the
いいです
phone.
か？お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かが
親代様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。奴らは狡猾でした。たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築してい
You
っ
know,
たんで
if
す。
this really is Mion, she's technically saying all this to like self-glaze herself. Like, she's just like, oh yeah. Oh man, oh, whoever's been doing all this, they're so sneaky, man.
そしてこのシステムで今年
Yo,
は
who
高野
is
さん
so
たちが殺さ
smart
れ
and
た。
clever? They've been pulling this off. What a great system.
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。リカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか、どうしてなんだ。サトコには打ち上げですらないんだぞ。どうしてサトコまで、どうしてなんだ。
To be fair, Satoko probably like dropped the fucking like chalkboard eraser on Mion's head at a bad time, and she just like killed them both. Silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
もういじめないでください。
A sob? Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
So the fact that this Shion is still on the line is kind of sus to me. Because if we're under the assumption that the phone line hung up the last time we yelled at Shion like this, then we were under the assumption that Shion hung up because we were yelling at her. But clearly that wasn't the reason. It's because she got bonked. And this Shion, though, is staying on the line even while we're screaming at her. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation
あ
subsiding.
の晩高野さんたちが死んだと聞き耳を疑いました。そしてすぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。忍び込んだのは私たち4人。私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
There's nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt. Oh, this OST popping off
だ
right
から
now.
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
Yeah, I'm sure you did as you killed him.
私はみんなが入ってはいけないという細具殿に思いいけないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと、君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。
Maybe that's another hint. You know how Rena said the mayor was so nice to Mion when she was young and dealt with her pranks? And Shion said that's what the mayor did, but that was actually just Mion speaking as herself within the situation there.
君吉のおじいちゃん、
Maybe there's just been like an insane amount of hints that this was Mion the whole time, which is like...
そしてにっこり笑ってシオンちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
Tomitaka never went in. Technically, he did. He did open the door and step inside. He didn't go into the second door. He went into the shed still.
本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Or do I? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self deep within my mind whispered to me, don't forget Keiichi Maebara. Don't forget about the mayor. On the morning of Watanagashi, he was told of Takano-san and Tomitaka's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said.
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだよ。
Shit.
ごめんな、シオン。悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで、シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。君吉のおじいちゃん。つまり、
はい。
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
I begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
ケイちゃん、それが何か。
答えてくれ。知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
There was a momentary silence. Then after stammering a few times, she
血
replied,
だったのは知ってます。座る時とか辛そうでしたから。
病院に通ってたんだ。どこの病院かは知ってるよな。
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。でも、ケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for him to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the
担当
beans.
直入に聞きたいんだ。
Oh shit.
シオンはいつ村長に打ち明けたんだ？どこで？大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを。
If you know the answer, you would just say it right away, Mion, you sneaky bitch. Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the
あ
real
りえない。
Shion.
村長が失踪した日、朝から消えるまでシオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。
Oh shit. Bro, I feel like Keiichi shouldn't have said all this. I feel like he just should have kept pressing her.
そんな。
村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。
Bro, you know what's about to happen? Mion's gonna be like, you talked to Oishi-san, didn't you? I knew I should have killed that bastard. And then hangs up, and then Keiichi's like, Oishi-san! And then starts running.
シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。そうだろう。帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to
シオ
say.
ンも一緒に会合に出たのか？そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
実は会合にで。
あの日シオンが行くと言ったバイトすらもっと端的に言おう。君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降誰にも目撃されていない。
Oh shit, Keiichi, you're showing too much. You're showing too much of your hand, man.
ケイちゃん。
Oh fuck.
あ
I feel like he's just. I feel like he shouldn't say all this.
園崎シオンは綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
Oh no. Okay, well, shit. Well, we're dead now because Mion got nothing, no reason to keep our ass alive anymore. Oh god. The other end fell silent as a grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは 君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。
Keiichi! You just killed Oishi! Why the fuck? What the fuck, Keiichi? Oh, man. Oh, here we go.
でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ。
Oh, fuck. Shion sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything
頼む
wrong.
シオン、俺が言ったことが間違ってるならそうだと言ってくれ。
Bro, I bet you Mion's just gonna do a switch up instantly.
シオン、頼むから。
Mion's a badass like that.
シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。もし会ったとしたなら。
Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that
村
meant
長が会合を終えた後、すなわち失踪する直前、もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
Oh my god, bro. I told you she'd do the switch up, bro. God damn, bro. Your fucking goddamn Mion's eyes are ripping out of her goddamn sockets.
ふむふむ。
Beep, beep, went the dial to... Okay, well, Keiichi, you couldn't just wait to do this when your parents were home, man. You just told her your parents ain't home. You fucking... I'm telling you, he just showed too much of his fucking hand. Oh, my God. He's fucking dead. Either he's dead or Oishi's dead right now. I mean, I think Oishi might be dead for sure. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Keiichi, you need to fucking call Oishi-san now and tell his ass to come get him. Alright? Because Mion is gonna kill your ass. Oh, no. We need a fucking 24/7 police guard. Oh, God. Oh, boy. We're fucking dead, bro. We're fucking dead. Oh, shit. Hang on. What are these tips? Tough call. Demand the truth. At the Suzu Mahjong parlor. One more. Troll Warlord Prime. They were at tier 1. I think we go one more. Fine. One more. I said today was going to be a short stream. Fuck you guys. All right, one more.
ふむふむ。
I mean, I need to see. I need to see what happens. Oh, okay. Parents are back home.
ケイチ。
放っておいてやれ。
Okay. All right. Okay. Mion didn't kill us last night.
友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Normally my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he
う
did.
ちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか。警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
Oh shit.
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか。
German Pillion, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back.
まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Dad, do you have a fucking right to say this? During all this, you guys left me at home alone. Like, for a whole day. Like, the fuck are you two yapping about? These two motherfuckers fucking grandstanding over a whole lot of nothing. Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time, date, myself, I really had no interest in anything. Oh boy, I think Keiichi's gonna try to fucking confide in Rena, and Rena's gonna be like... pulled out a hatchet from the side and just... this feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. So by the way, chat, this means Mion was the dog the whole time. Unless it wasn't Mion. And it was like someone Mion commanded or Rena. Right? Like...
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ。圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか。もしそうならしばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Ooh, did nobody disappear yesterday, though? Hold up, chat. Unless Rena disappears. And Mion spent last night killing Rena. Everything had changed. I mean, Rena's the only person left. Or Oishi! Oh shit, Oishi could have disappeared. Yeah, it makes more sense for Oishi-san to have disappeared. Tranquil village, bright and clear as if we're... Shut these birds up, bro! If it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. No, it's Takano-san, that dumb bitch. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだってこれが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はない。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
You didn't say any of this. I prattled on as I took... No, he's like imagining what the scenario would have been if he didn't go in. I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitaka-san's hand and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on, let's go, let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitaka-san grinned painfully. And Shion's shoulders dropped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone further and further away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I, too, until my hands turned red. I clapped. And I clapped. Oh, shit. Yo, Keishi, don't trust anybody. Not even Rena. Boy.
レナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past the time to meet with Rena.
しばらく学校を休む。
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena. Oh no, remember the last time we took a couple days off of school? Keiji, don't do it.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから。遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. If we, the ones furthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way would be waiting for
俺
us.
さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
うん。
Rena answered shortly,
圭
nodding.
一くんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。
You know what, Rena? Maybe I've been giving you too much shit for chapter 1. Maybe it's just water under the bridge. You know, maybe Rena's good this time. You know?
だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。
Maybe Rena's fine. Rena, don't make me regret this, bitch. All right? I'm putting trust in you.
あ、それからこれ回覧板。お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。きっと見つかるから。
Keiichi, honestly, while your parents are here, drop the info to Rena about Shion.
待ってよ。ね。
Just see what her reaction is. That's what I would do right now. Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were
レ
safe.
ナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは知ってるんだろ。俺があの晩
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a
筒
little.
抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she should have been.
でもね、 きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりもそれを隠していたことだと思うの。
That's why I said, man. But like, she literally asked you twice. Just fucking like, if Keiichi, half of this shit wouldn't even probably be happening to you at least if you just were honest. Like, I get everybody else disappearing, but like, you would have lived. Like, Mion liked you.
ケイチ君は
Fuck, bro.
自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
Well, it's too late. She laughed like a fucking maniac, like the goddamn Joker on the phone last night. So I'm pretty sure she's getting ready to kill me. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should apologize to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized at all. We still haven't apologized for that incident either, bro. Like, oh, we're doubly fucked. Like, plus with all the confusion that Shion appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
Yup, you're fucking stupid, Keiichi.
ケイチ君、もしもだよ。もしもケイチ君が悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
Whoa, 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 Rena, what are you saying? Mion disappeared Rika-chan and Satoko? What are you implying right now? Hold up. True, Keiichi, it's all your fault, you lying motherfucker. You shouldn't lie, bitch. Wait, now that I think about it, the reason Rena cracked in the first chapter was because we lied to her too. Maybe the whole reason is Keiichi just keeps lying. Fucking liar. Couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now though that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Yeah, because honestly, it seems like Mion was getting rid of everybody that let Keiichi fall into this lie, right? That would put Keiichi into a position where he would have to lie to Mion. Like, Takano and Tomitake and Shion basically, you know, pressured him to go in, so they should all die. And then the mayor and Rika put a lighter lock which enabled Tomitake and Takano to even go in. And so to answer to Oishi-san as to what's so special about Keiichi is that Mion fucking likes him.
そうだ。
And Satoko is just a stray? Well, I think Mion just doesn't like Satoko. Yeah, I think Mion just doesn't like Satoko, bro. Like, low-key, like, thinking back, chapter 1 and chapter 2, you rarely see Satoko and Mion actually interact. Like, that much. Like, it's just, like, offhanded. Like, not that much directly. Wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Oh. Smack. The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I've been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰もケイチ君のことを叱らなかったと思う。だから私が代わりにケイチ君を叱るね。
Thank you, Rena. I pressed my hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。
Okay, Rena, but like, okay, can you protect me against Mio? Thank you for this, but I need a little bit of protection here.
それはわかる？
ああ。
返事ははいだよ。ケイチ君。
Oh shit. Yo, okay, I like this Rena, you know?
はい。
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
はい。僕が悪かったです。
For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened and she smiled.
じゃあ、もう時間だから私は行くよ。
Rena, please no. Protect me.
ああ。
回覧板、お母様に渡しておいてね。あと、 回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more lighthearted page with a peaceful sentence dancing on it. We still had plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonazaki house if you want some.
なんだこれ。
I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. Barrels? Where Takano-san was burned? Bring a bottle like Rika and Satoko's was missing? That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。レナ、お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
うん、知ってた。
Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. See, Rena's smart, Keiichi. She knows what Mion's capable of and just plays the part. And sits, you know? Unfortunately, like a sheep, but you know, what are you supposed to do? Mion's gonna kill everybody. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. The meeting on the day the mayor disappeared didn't Oishi-san. Okay, so I think Satoko was deleted just because she was a witness. She knew where Rika had last gone, so she needed to be disposed of. Didn't Oishi-san say that the three families participated in it? The three families would include the Sonazaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonazaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonazaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。
Oh shit.
謝ってくるよ。
Rena, go with him.
もう全部終わりにしてもらう。ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、
Hey,
もう
listen,
これ以上
at least Keiichi's
誰も犠牲にならない
manning
よ
the
うに
fuck up,
頼んでく
right?
る。
With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Mion or Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me, oh shit.
私も行くよ。
Oh! Our knight in shining armor, Rena! Our goat!
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
We all know Rena could shit on Mion in a fight. She's got that fucking insane left hook.
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来
Okay,
るな。
unless Mion just whips out a fucking pistol, then maybe we might be fucked. But you know, surely Mion doesn't have a pistol.
この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Rena didn't move her arm, which is blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら。
Oh shit. Rena's the true best girl this whole time. We were getting fucking distracted by Shion and Mion.
私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。だからケイチ君だけを行かせない。
Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them and I knew the strength of her
わかっ
resolve.
た。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Rena nodded slightly but firmly and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. Tomorrow in the news, Rena and Keiichi have disappeared. After that, I'll pray. That once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
いやー、おはようございます。
Yo, he didn't die. What the hell?
前原さん、それから竜宮さんも。朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking, on this morning though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、竜宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
うん。
Okay, alright, Rena. My bad. You know, Rena's actually locked in this chapter. She's actually on her side. Oh, shit.
圭一君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Oh, shit. Yo, Rena. Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my
大
heart.
石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか？
Yo, Oishi's like probably thinking, man, I've been wasting time on this stupid fucking boy. This girl's like 10 times smarter than
こ
him.
こで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
車の中でします。
Oh shit, Rena knows. She's like, nah, we can't talk out here. It's dangerous. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. What a switch up, man. Rena really is coming around, huh? At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです？話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
はい、もしもし、大石です。はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
Oh shit, they're already watching.
ね、ははははは。答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
The radio
い
grew
や、失
silent.
礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今、園崎家前は動きなしって言ってま。
ありゃん、そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long
事
time.
情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて、令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
Which it could if we somehow bait Mion out of the house, maybe?
大石さんってひょっとして。
Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at
園
Oishi-san.
崎家に踏み込めないものだから圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
Oh shit, Rena's mad because they were gonna use Keiichi as bait.
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
Oh damn, bro, Rena's like five head.
人聞きが悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena. Oishi-san, like, if these two get lung cancer in the future, you're definitely culpable. Wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment
あ
slide.
なたは令状が取れないけれどみーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
ふんふん。
圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I mean, it's smart, right? Because Oishi knows, because he'll set up a little rendezvous with Keiichi's like, all right, you go in, we'll wait for you, you know, on recording, you could be like, I'm going in, and then I'm gonna come out. If he doesn't come out, then, like, Oishi-san has every fucking reason to go in.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに恥知らず。
Oh my god, bro, Rena's about to fucking hatchet his ass.
これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんです。
Bro, I'm telling you, man, Rena's like 10x, like 100x smarter than Keiichi.
いやはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？
Wait, hold up, Keck, wait. Oishi is retiring this year. The police do need a new detective.
刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
卑劣か。
Okay, alright, damn. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには。
そりゃどうも。
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. It's like a fucking mind battle, bro. Keiichi doesn't even know what's happening. He's like, oh, huh? The things this man thought were like a swamp, I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？
Well, I feel like, did we tell Oishi about the phone call last night? Because we should probably comment on the state of Mion's mind right now.
私が証拠固めを終えて、令
That
状が
definitely
請
doesn't
求で
seem
きる
like
まで
someone we want to
のん
engage
び
with
り
at the
待って
moment.
てくれるわけですかな。
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
Imagine this whole case ends by Rena beating the fuck out of everybody in the Sonazaki family and then pulling Mion out of the house. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。下手すりゃあなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Oishi-san was measuring our resolve, so in a strong voice I declared.
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. No, well, no shit, bro. If he was a absolutely like a good police officer, he'd probably tell your parents what you're trying to do, you know?
もし私たちに何かあったならそれを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるならこれが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の。
But can they win? Can the police beat the Yakuza? Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
ZZZ? Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Okay. Alright, I don't know if we needed to add that last line there. Just calling Oishi-san stupid for no reason. Alright. Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か死角をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機し、指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
In both their eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。
Oh God.
今さら信じないでしょうが、できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今さらだな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and the voices of the cicadas greeted us. I never had expected this would be happening today.
行こう、ケイチ君。
Run on my goat! Let's go! Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I've never
レ
been.
ナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
うん、何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
Jesus Christ, millionaires.
松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Matsutake? Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa and the head family of the Sonazaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onwards, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonazaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million
こ
yen.
の森、いや、山か。まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was a dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place, though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate as big as I'd imagined appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand
いる
gateway?
かな。
Beep! The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was a clang of a bolt being released and the gate opened slightly. The person peeping out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Wow. It's the first thing you have to say after that laugh last night, huh?
二人とも学校は？
Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't at normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly in the way that Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。
Bro, I miss when Mion just joked around, man. This chapter, like, turned to shit so quick for Mion. Like, shit got dark for Mion real fast. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Shit. Rena smiled cheerfully as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house and then did just that. Bro, what if this is all a bait by Rena? Am I doubting Rena too much? I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think when you hear a mansion, but it was very clearly a vast space.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
It's been dangerous because of you, bitch!
ああ、そう
You're
だな。
locking us in! Bond with the 50 months, welcome back!
Yeah.
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. Oh boy, this is a fucking flag, bro. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and I laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。
Damn, look at all these new images! Fucking visual novels spending money.
ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor at the entrance and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questionably and
レナ
giggled.
は知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
Yo, I don't like when both of them are smiling together at me. Getting PTSD from chapter 1.
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。代々語り継いでるのか、季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。ま、
Inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし、人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。
Yeah, you're gonna kill me and take it,
冬
aren't
場は
you?
暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？緯度は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
Did we check Rena's house if Rika's there? How you?
True. Jay, thank you for the 5.
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
Fuck California. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad a place in winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car. It's way too much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
Oh god, I don't like that laugh.
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
Rena, Keiichi, don't drink her fucking tea. Don't do it. I'm telling you, that shit is spiked.
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
うん、確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
See, the terror of her club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。
Well, Rena, the club's just gonna be 2 people if Mion goes to jail.
ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
はうじゃねえ。
Oh, I settled things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
The paper sliding doors opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete
お
tea
茶受け
set.
はごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
Yo. Okay, Keiichi, hold up. And with those words, a smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ召し上がれ。
Don't drink it, bro. I'm telling you, they should not drink it. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
I mean...
そこまで信用ないかな。
Yes?
心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do. And so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの。そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん、わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。
Stop acting clueless, Mion, you...
お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the attention from my shoulders.
まず謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly got my point
あ
across.
の綿流しの晩、俺は神社の西宮殿に入ったんだ。
I could see Mion's expression immediately become
入
harder.
ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったん
Don't
だよ。
make excuses, Keiichi.
でもいけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deep sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. When I faced down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had, only the voice of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でもそれが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことをそれでいいよ。郷に入りては郷に従えって昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが悪かった。許してくれ。
Could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
Oh shit! She 2x caught on to Mion.
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Mion's the scariest when she's just smiling like this.
見えるよ。
Oh shit. Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど、そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持ってお裾分けしてもらいに。
Mio was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Oh god.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ、リカちゃんの部屋。
Mio put a finger to her forehead and acting like she was
冷ややっ
thinking.
こがあるのにお醤油がなかった。そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mio scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased and that she was struggling to find another
そ
word.
して本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね、みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Oh my god.
そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん、きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ、どんな感じでかな。
Bro, Mion's a bit of a sociopath. Mion prodded Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来てもう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ、電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで。
Oh shit, she's basically admitting it.
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が丸々手つかずでラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. Yeah, you didn't know you were going against Sherlock fucking Holmes, bro. Rena's a #1 detective. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことでどうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長
It's
くないか
because
ら
Rena
説
was
明は省く
stalking
け
you the
ど。
whole time. She was in your shadows. It's a long explanation, so I get to the point.
冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これはとんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな。参った参った。
As if a dam burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが。
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there, lazily readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonazaki, the current heir to the Sonazaki house. The solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonazaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow as if this really were a tea ceremony and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎミオンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お涼に代わりまして皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko, it went for the mayor, Takano-san, Tomitaka-san as well. And even further back for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければどうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with clarity that a grandmother might use, when telling a story from a long time ago.
木南沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance, asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa once called Onifugafuchi village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like a transcendence to those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く 誇り高き仙人たちでした。麓の村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですがそういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. The tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it
明
became.
治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的に日南沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように、あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began and they won war after war, the first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
もう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて、でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
ひどい、そんなの。
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on the test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は、自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で、麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Mion smiled for a first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、日南沢村の人々は さまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい、夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
MacArthur's GHQ is set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう、そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonazaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
I told Sniper, think of it a huge raid. Hope you guys had a great stream. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonazaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富はその後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
See, with that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonazaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its revitalization. The Sonazaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね、大活躍。
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
Oh, this is what they were talking about. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans, they were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light that they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival, had been canned human flesh. So it actually was? Why were they... What the hell? Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just a manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? Why is this not voiced? Is it like censored? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. This might be censored. This might be censored. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in war. Yeah, a lot of like stuff in World War II, Japan like still kind of censor. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would have been when injected, how many days it would have been when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. What the fuck? Is this all true? Holy fuck. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. What the fuck? I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. What documentaries are you watching, Keiichi? What the fuck? Okay. You should look it up. No, I know about Unit 731. I know about other cases as well. If you guys don't know, there's an island to the slight west of Japan that is like you could actually go to like tourism to it, but like for a long time they were trying to get it as a World Heritage Site, but they wouldn't allow it because China and Korea protested that they were actually, it wasn't just a coal mine. No, not Rabbit Island. I'm not talking about Rabbit Island. It's another island. It's a island that was owned by Mitsubishi, and it was quote-unquote used just for coal mining for the longest time, but it turned out that Japan was hiding the fact that they were using it as a prisoner camp in which they were basically enslaving people to do stuff, and there's like prisoners of war to do stuff, and there's like it's insinuated by Korea and China that anybody that died on the island got shipped to an island next to it and burned. And so when Japan was trying to get it as a World Heritage Site for tourism to bring in money, China and South Korea and North Korea all protested that Japan shouldn't be allowed to do that. And then the only thing that finally got it agreed as a World Heritage Site was that South Korea agreed that as long as Japan put into signage at the tour sites that there were war crimes done here and there were enforced labor and stuff like that, then South Korea would be okay with it. So they like cleared it up, but then the Japanese government went behind the scenes and changed the wording to make it sound a lot nicer. And then they were like, wait, hold up, the fuck? And so like it's like an ongoing thing. They're slowly like fixing the wording more and more, but yeah, it's not the first time where Japan like basically tries to like slide things from like World War II under the rug. Yeah, also there was like a thing in the tour that shows a presentation by at the World Heritage like interview where like a Japanese speaker is speaking in English, but the Japanese government refused to put Japanese subtitles in there because they didn't want any Japanese like citizens that go to the site for tourism to actually understand what's being said. So it's like, yeah. Anyways, so like I know about this stuff. It's some crazy shit. Unit 731 is like some fucked up shit. Like, if you're like queasy, I would not look it up. It's like, if you guys know anything about Joseph Mengele in Auschwitz, it's like that, but like they're both just as terrible. It's like some crazy fucked up human experiment shit.
それでもひなみ沢の人間を蔑むのかよ。
本当に。
Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
僧兵がいた部隊は、それよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。それは、戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
The military's design at the start of the war completely fell apart and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistance is lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing and from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo. I don't think this is real. I don't think Japanese World War II used human flesh for food shortages. Right? Like, I don't think this is real. I think this is just for the story. I've done a lot of research on World War II back in the day, but it is true? I mean, I've never read anything in a textbook or anything, but yeah. In Unit 731? No, like, they're talking about specifically that it was like a full thing outside of just Unit 731.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
What is this? What the fuck? I mean, maybe they were... I mean, this is just like one incident, right? Like, I don't know if there was a systematic thing. Well, that shit's like, okay. I mean, I've never even heard of this. What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の奉仕になる。
I'm surprised Higurashi even got away with saying all this, bro. With like the earlier stuff. But damn. Fighting onwards.
そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。
This is an old visual novel? Okay, it doesn't it's not like fucking from the World War II era, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, if anything, the fact that it's older makes it even more surprising that it's even in here, you know?
祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves. They stamped the bottoms with a
お腹
circle.
を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよみーちゃん。気分が悪くなってきた。
Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
そのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
真偽はわかりません。晩年まで僧兵は人肉であることを否定し続けました。ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。また、子供たちが囃し立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
So what does it have to do with what Mion's doing, though? Is she just trying to protect the village? But like, what does any of what she's doing protect? How does it protect the village, bro? It just brings more suspicions to the village. Stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母はある時村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, What if they threw stones at two of us? Of course,
2
the
人
answer
に
was
石を投
simple.
げられたら4人で石を、8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し、30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Finally, the children asked, What if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたならひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me, that the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。
Until the dam incident.
もっとも、その平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it
どう
anyway.
してみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over
お
that?
とぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった。
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり。
So they're doing this to just upkeep this curse to make it seem like it really is this thing?
園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
I don't know if it's a good idea.
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. Character for demon is in
名
there.
前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん、見せる必要なんて全然。
ありがとう。
With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa, no, of Onigafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion
この5
murmured.
年間の連続事件ね。
Oh, this is back to Mion's normal voice.
私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
She said it all without turning around with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。
Oh God.
あるとすれば、私の跡継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
This is going a lot better than I thought, to be honest. Nobody's fucking trying to kill each other yet. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped onto the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can, try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺したんだよね。
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でもとにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words were more biting than any I have ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
Well, Mion, you just fucking killed her and she's the last heir of the fucking Frude family, so how the hell is anybody gonna protect a ritual storehouse now if you fucking think about it, right? Like logically deduce this a little bit. Like, it just don't make sense, right? Like, Rika was the final one, now you just ended their entire fucking family bloodline now. Like, that, like, if you just care so much about the culture of Hinamizawa, didn't you just kill it? Like, my chest
去
tightened.
年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の管
I
理
mean,
権
they
が
could
重く
just have
て
some
違
other
い、
person. They can't.
もっと
Rika
簡単な
is
鍵
the
に付け替
final
えたい。
heir, right? Unless Rika literally grows older and has kids of her own, the Frude family's done. Like, ain't nobody left, all right? There's just old farts. Because her parents died. I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key.
先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
Oh my god. Nano desu? I replied on behalf of the Sonazaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama. So you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light
おじい
padlock.
ちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
Ah, shit, he shouldn't have said that. No wonder Mion killed his ass.
本当ですね。 君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。
Oh, fuck. Well, he just, I mean, he sealed his own fate.
おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。にゃーにゃ
Bring Rika back, you bitch! You monster! How can you kill Rika? Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は渡流しの祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
Okay, I feel like taking responsibility doesn't have to be death. My tears dripped and dropped, till just now I had decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion, it was me.
殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet, okay, Keiichi, I know I don't like you either, but like it wasn't really your fault. It's fucking Takano and Tomitake, those dumb fuck adults, peer pressuring 14-year-olds to fucking do something bad with them. Like, genuinely, like, nah, listen, Takano is the biggest. Takano's the issue. If she didn't fucking have this weird psycho obsession with fucking Onigafuchi and all this shit, like none of this would have happened. It's a fault of this stupid village. What? I mean, yes, did the village kill people? 100%. But like, would they have killed anyone if Takano didn't do anything stupid? Okay, they did kill people before Takano anyway. Okay, I mean, still, but like, I mean, listen, it's not Keiichi's fault, all right? I'm saying, all right? In this instance, I think it's Takano's fault, all right? Now, do I think Keiichi could have turned around and left? 100%, but he's a pussy, all right? Like, bro literally lost to a fucking, like, anime weeb at a fucking restaurant. I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We wouldn't be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did. If by shedding tears, I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Okay, like, genuine question. When are we gonna ask about Shion though? She killed her own sister, bro. That's the craziest part to me. I didn't think Mion had it in her to kill her sister. Like, I thought at worst Shion would get like imprisoned because she's like a Sonazaki family member, right? Like, Mion gently began to speak to me as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。
Yes? You think, Mion?
私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない。私、園崎ミオンが殺したということ。私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した園崎ミオンがこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。
Okay, alright. She's kind of, I think she's kind of losing it, bro.
何も
Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
I think I think Keiichi just reminds her a lot of Satoshi. And clearly she really likes Satoshi. That's why she was like angry as fuck about Satoko. So Kei-chan, listen, they keep saying Kei-chan, I fucking
Eh?
As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my
ケイ
forehead.
チ君だけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
Well, Rena, the thing is, I'm pretty sure she was getting to it. It's coming. Mio was so cunning that nobody would stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよ。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Okay, that's clearly not true, Mion. I mean, I'm pretty sure Rika and Satoko were probably crying and you beat their asses, so... She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Oh no, is she gonna do something fucking crazy? I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから、最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな
？30分でいいから、ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Oh wait, Rena, no! Listen, Rena. Okay, listen. I know she's a close friend, but she's gonna kill my ass. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチ君、どうかな。ケイチ君が嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
Keiichi still hasn't apologized for the doll thing.
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by a heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands, that was me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
あ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケ ケイチ君。
Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like was did.
行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who's headed for the hallway when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
This is such a complete 180 from chapter 1, bro. I love how in chapter 1, we were cornered getting fucking killed by Rena and Mion. And this time, we're on the complete opposite, where, like, they're the ones, honestly, like, that's been the only reason we're not dead. I mean, yeah, we did kill them in the first chapter, but, like, you know, we were cornered, bro, alright?
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed
みー
non-existent.
ちゃんが短期を起こさないように見張ってね。
Mio might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. Oh my god, new visual. I could clearly see Rena sobbing from the other side of the
ど
paper
うして
door.
みーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Oh shit. Mion is not a victim? She's not, but you know, for Rena, she's still like a close friend, so. Sorry about that. What? What do you mean? Sorry about that? Why is the achievement called sorry about that? Put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times and left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
組んでもいいかな。
It was such a modest
別
request.
に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up with glee like a child being given a toy and took my
私
arm.
に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion of Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had been only 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant that I got along really well.
例えば利き腕というものがあるように、 右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ。そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんなよくわからない関係だね。
多分それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの。双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. Why do I feel like Mion is taking to like a hole in the ground where everybody else is dead, and then she's gonna kill me and kick me in there? Like,
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか。
because for all we know, most of the people that recently disappeared died here, and don't think they removed the body off of the premise. I don't know. You must have had a great time playing it. Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンはまだ生きてる。
本当か。
Mion took a hard look into my eyes and nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど。
Yo, Mion still hasn't out here, chat. Mion still hasn't out here. If she somehow brainwashes Keiichi and makes him embrace her, and then they work together to set it up and make Shion dress up as Mion, and then say she attacked and then they fought her off and then killed her, and then they switch spots, and then Mion for the rest of her life lives as Shion. Okay. It could be. I mean, they're twins. They could totally do a fucking death swap. All right. She technically does. All right.
今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Too much, bro? Insane guess. I'm saying it's possible. I don't think they're gonna do it, but it's an out, right? It's a way to get out of this. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. I really was hoping she didn't kill Rika and Satoko too, though. I don't know. Maybe she killed Satoko because of what happened to Satoshi, but I don't know. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。でもそれはケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend
す
had
で
done
に
it.
起こり 終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならばここで待っていて。私の手で全て終わらせるから。
Oh god, well, I think she's killing herself. I remember what Rena had told me. Mio might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Wait, true. She's got a gun! Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoid looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the
あんた
wind.
もレナもどうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally, I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入ればその美音はきっと
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
Clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
I swear if Keiichi's surprised at this, I'm gonna fucking...
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mio made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes and placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone who had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that just had been left there, though there was a sense of dignity as though this were a second Sonazaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
細具殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように。秘密の場所を。
Monka W? Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。一部のものは 実際に細工殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
All of the things here have been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. I still, to this day, don't understand what that jumping sound Tomitake and Shion heard. Like, that's still not explained. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in the bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst in a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから。私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into this torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was a surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of
鑑
cushions.
賞席なんだよ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだから。客がいなきゃ意味がない。
I couldn't speak and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway, except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで私が殺した。見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
え、観客？
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that the bomb shelter was the apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a
みんなは
prison.
どこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her having said it so outright.
そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
Okay, so I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached a worth story to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. You said it yourself, no matter what, Mion Sonazaki is your greatest friend.
言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well.
シオンか。
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really
大
was
丈夫
her.
か？シオン、怪我はし。
We're dead. Fuck. Nah, we're dead, chat. The reason I say we're dead, you know how Mion said she was keeping Shion alive to figure out what the worst punishment for her could be? And that Shion actually loves Keiichi? So the worst punishment would be to kill Keiichi in front of Shion. And that's why Shion is fucking screaming. Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着けシオン、もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like I was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
I'm assuming she had to watch a mayor die as well? Because the mayor was the day after, and Shion already disappeared after the library. She probably had to watch Rika and Satoko as well.
落ち着けってシオン、もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I'd realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
She burst out into a bizarre laugh as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Oh, I fucking knew it. Oh, well, we're fucking dead.
古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き機はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな？
So what was Mion's plan if I just said I wasn't gonna go down?
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。ダメ！ケイちゃん、逃げて！
I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but I mean, unless Mion is just so good at playing mind games that she mind gamed the fuck out of Keiichi and knew that he would fucking come down because of his fucking... When I turned around, Mion's mouth so much so that it was hard to believe had twisted into shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. Yo, Mion looking a little fucking insane right now. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonazaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonazaki family either. Rena! Rena! Help! She's lost her mind! Then, who was she? Bam! I saw sparks flying before my eyes like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor, and my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable as if I had fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and receded. It was the kind of sensation that if you took a nap in the car but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you could have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ear or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying nor did it interest me.
さて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。あのチビガキ二人組に試したかったんだけど、
手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。
What the fuck?
あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it and one of my shoes fell off. Shion's emotions exploded outward and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again. Okay, Keiichi, you just have to stall 30 minutes. Rena gave her 30 minutes, and if she doesn't come back in 30 minutes with you, then Rena will know something's up, and then Rena locks in. And then Rena beats the shit out of Mion and we win.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合ってるよ。ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから、どうかケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
The fuck is this hopeless plot? It's not hopeless as long as Rena or Goat is alive, okay? Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before her older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling
あ
with
んたの
joy.
希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。はいはい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。
Bro, she's just fucking around with her.
そうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intentions got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared her she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？
Damn, ears? Shit, she hated the fuck out of Shion.
こんなんやっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ。いやー、待って姉様、もう一度だけ。
Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation, not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing
ろく
Shion.
ろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。はい、ありがとうございます。お姉さん。
Shion's miserable voice crowed out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized there was a feeling of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. Oh shit! Wait, but Keiichi can't beat a fucking weeb. Can he beat Mion? I think Mion has a weapon too. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my
ちゃん
fingers.
と覚えられたかな。ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたならあんただけを殺してあげるから。はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoying trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。Sonazaki Shion は。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
Sonazaki Shion はミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない。
んで癒しいメス豚でございます。
豚?
このほど湧きます。様に働いた数々のプレーを。
ほらほら、その調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning, just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's, no, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up.
生意気だったこれまでを反省し、一緒ミオン姉様に忠誠を誓います。助かる。
Man, bro, these VAs must have gone through hell recording these laugh tracks. Mion's bursts of laughter echoed through the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She had laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a
いいよ、
wire.
もう十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。ふん。
Oh? Are we alive?
十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me toward the torture chamber.
姉様、殺すのは私だけ。その人許して。
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
What about Mion? You liar! You said... What is this? She's a liar! Hey, Rena, we got a liar over here. Uh-oh. Liar alert. You know what you have to do to liars, Rena. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hand, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. Wait, is she chopping my fingers off?
いい加減にしろ。
The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、あれが嘘。
Mion brought over something looking like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to it, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you see on a
あの
harpoon.
子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
Okay, alright, Mion, but like, you know, you're still going to jail after all this. Like, she has no way out. Like, what's the plan after this?
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Apologize for the dog, Keiichi! Now! Do it! Mion snorted and continued her preparation for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ、私がミオンじゃなかったら、私は誰なわけ？
Like, that's gonna do anything? I don't know, maybe it, like, boom, like, locks her mind back into the memories of her liking Keiichi, and then, like, she'll, like, snap out of it, or, like, you know, she'll go into a daze, and then Rena breaks through the door, and it's like, Keiichi good, and then fucking, boom!
鬼だ。 お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るなこの鬼め。返せミオンを返せよ。俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ。
Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand a Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choke. Okay, Keiichi, here's the plan. Make her laugh like that again, and next time maybe she'll actually choke, and then die, and then we get out of here.
園崎美音に殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め。
Ew, what's that look?
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり？
Yes. Yep, that's all we got. No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside, the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン。こんな鬼畜生に負けるな。本当に強い。お前の力を見せてくれ。
Okay, Keiichi, good job. She's almost dying of laughter. A little bit more. The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
ミオンどこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ。負けるな。戦え戦え。
Mion desperately, enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてこんなことに。ミオン。
Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet a small change had occurred in Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私はそれを理性で押さえつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、 私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her
その
eyes.
鬼はある小さなことをきっかけにまた目覚めてしまった。
It's when we didn't give her the doll!
それは何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad yet reproachful light in Mion's
わかる？
eyes. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
It's the fucking doll, bro. I've been saying it's the doll incident since the very fucking beginning. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a
あの
sudden.
時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
Man, nah, listen, chat. It's where it all started, where she suddenly started fucking doubting herself about like her whole masculinity thing, and then you know how Keiichi didn't even view her as a girl, and then all that. Like the doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. That's why I said he should have apologized for that shit, bro. Not the fucking warehouse shit. Like I don't even think she cares about the warehouse shit.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて、初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。
Nah, kill this motherfucker. He deserves it, honestly. Stupid fuck. Rena got you to do all that and you still haven't apologized to her for it, you know? Like, Rena was telling his ass like fucking chapters ago about that shit. Still had to apologize for it. Ah, deserved. Chop his balls off.
これで十分？メイドの土産は。
A mistake that I made on that day was that messed up. Oh, was what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I want to say, like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. No, you hadn't, you dumb bitch! I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Bro, like, this is what I've been talking about. This stupid motherfucker, man. Like... Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Oh, bro, this bro needs to. Oh, Jesus Christ! Why didn't I realize that until just now? 'Cause you're fucking stupid, Keiichi. That's why. All right. Rena told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured to die altogether? Yep. That's the most accurate thing Keiichi has said in so many chapters. Holy fuck. Honestly. Hey, listen. Alright. Keiichi, it's called natural selection. If you're too fucking stupid, you know, you naturally, natural selection does its thing, and then, the stupid people, yeah, it is what it is. I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of
じゃあ
regret.
そろそろいい？この拷問はね、とてもシンプル。左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。
Oh, God, bro. Come on, man. I don't want to visualize that. What the fuck? Ow.
この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。
There are 15 joints? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Where the fuck is the 15th, bro? Oh, wait. Oh, I miscounted on the thumb.
それが終わったら次は右手。
Nah, listen. All right, my thumb is so bent sometimes I forget. Like, you know. To your right.
それが終わったら次は、指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Ah! Mion pressed the tip of the nail to my left pinky finger. My wrist, my arms, and all the joints of my finger were strapped in tightly. It hurt, and I couldn't even twitch. Charimu, thank you for the raid! You guys are about to watch our main character get fucking destroyed.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
Oh, wait, saved?
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If you'll sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないん
Wait,
だろ。
hold up. Keiichi locking in W Riz?
気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。細工殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんた、この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束2つじゃなくて3つにしていいか？
Keiichi, this ain't a magic genie. Come on.
3つ目は俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
Okay, alright. Now you're stretching it. Okay.
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recall tightening my hand into a fist when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは聞いてもいいよ。
Why? Like, I feel like you keep the first two and kill Keiichi, no? My third wish to save me? She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い、シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid down my cheek to my
そして
chin.
2つ目の願い、この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Mia gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam, slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. Oh, the cops are trying to come in. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いから レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子がこんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
Oh no, she's gonna walk down and go kill Shion before they get her.
それについては同感だよ。
Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping
見たこと
noise.
ないでしょ。本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんでかなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use a stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press a cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam. I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。
Oh, well, at least she isn't making him listen to Shion dying.
すぐに大石が来てくれるから、ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Did they save Shion? Twisted Sisters, learn the truth. What the fuck is this icon? It's a blonde chick. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonazaki, 1x years old. She is suspected to have kidnapped the 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Oryu Sonazaki. She killed her grandmother? What? What the fuck? When did that happen? I mean, we got that from a tip where Oishi was talking about how like he wasn't sure if she's actually alive, but what the fuck? When did she do that? Okay, Oryu Sonazaki, Shion Sonazaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo, and imprisoned them and killed them. Oh, well, I guess Shion died. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonazaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister and her two... Shion lived! The suspect fled the scene. Oh shit, Shion got away. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonazaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons. Oryu Sonazaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonazaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonazaki was involved either directly or indirectly has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, as those of the Sonazaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us. We expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of local officers knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It's clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion Sonazaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oshi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank slate of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oshi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered them. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and small rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. Bro, it's not Shion. Mion, in the time that she knocked out Keiichi, kills Shion, disposes the bodies the same way she got rid of Rika and Satoko, down this supposed well, changes clothes, and then now pretends to be Shion the whole time. Nah, this ain't fucking tinfoil hat, chat. Remember, she acted perfectly as Shion the entire time on a fucking multiple phone calls. Like... Nah, she could do it that fast? Yeah, because we don't know how long of a time it's been since, like, Keiichi was knocked out. Like, definitely she could fucking do that. What? Nah, she definitely could. Shit. That was the only real fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external injuries, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion and everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonazaki underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden underground vertical like a well was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground without any map or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to the basement again, too, for an on-site inspection or something, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterwards, the Sonazaki living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bring many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights and decided to move away.
So, 引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。私一人しか残らない。
No, Rena. Rena smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled. But I've been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there where she had disappeared to? I hope there was a hobby shop dealing in imports that kind of Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family and live not as Mion Sonazaki, but as just Mion and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonazaki family had been trying so hard to hide too were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground one by one, and for many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. Dodi, I'm sorry, I'll feed you soon, motherfucker, okay? How big an impression? Bitch, it literally is exactly your feeding time, okay? You can wait a little bit, alright? Fucko. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experience of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. Why is this motherfucker looking at me? As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of the fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. Bitch, you want to get down? Just get down then. Like, what the fuck you doing, huh? The doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something. It was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out, besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never get the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity with it on the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk, the window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at the window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving, the person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even it would be the last time we ever saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leapt out of the house.
ミオお久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was undoubtedly Mion. It was the real
お
Mion.
前こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for
そ
it.
れよりどうしたんだよこんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mia's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。もうここにはいられない。
A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Oh god, she's suffering the same fucking thing that Keiichi had in chapter 1. Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? The laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me
大
away.
丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。な、そうだ。俺ミオンに。
To give you, Mion, this doll. I wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... Oh. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me. Oh, that's what she fucking meant. It's like the curse is chasing her, and unless she actually fucking does what she has to, aka kill Keiichi because he fucked with the storehouse. Took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me. And pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? What? It hurts. I mean, Mion did tell him, chat, that if you ever see her again, don't fucking approach her. That's literally what she told him. Like... Mion literally said, like, if you ever see me again, don't approach me. That was the last thing she fucking told him before she fucking, like, shocked him. Well, it seemed like she was gonna fucking rip her own throat out if she didn't fucking kill him, right? Like, she was like choking up, pretty much like Keiichi was in chapter 1. Wait, so that's why Keiichi killed himself after killing Mion and Rena in chapter 1? Because Mion's demon got passed into him? No, I think what it is when Keiichi killed Mion and Rena in chapter 1, the curse went after him because he did something bad. And then I think Mion, the curse is going after her because she didn't do what she was supposed to and punished the people that fucked with Hinamizawa. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. I can't tell if this VN is supernatural or not. Well, I think the way Umineko is yapping about if witches are fucking real, this is about whether or not curses are real or not. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. Yo, Mion's VA is kind of goated. Wait, does that mean Shion is dead? Wait, that might mean Shion might be dead. Now he's fucking remembering, bro. The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon, the demon, the demon. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought for Mion died in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Keiji Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect in the last case and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. We lived? On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonazaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonazaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa Village, perpetrated by said incident's suspect. And did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she immediately died. So, if my going theory is right, Mion did hide being Shion the whole time, and she was hiding in plain sight, and she went and fucking stabbed Keiichi, and then went back to her apartment thinking everything was okay, but then Keiichi didn't fucking die, so the demons got to her, and she fucking jumped off the apartment and killed herself. I still am of the belief that Shion was already killed in the previous incident. And this was Mion the whole time acting like Shion. No, because... yeah, at approximately the same time. Then how did the neighbors hear two sisters fighting? I mean, okay. The same way Mion has been perfectly able to, like, pretend like being Shion. She can mimic Shion's voice perfectly. She was going full, like, crazy with the voices in her head and literally just arguing with her own mind, right? Like, I think that's very plausible. Like, she could easily have been talking to herself. The victim fell, yep. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. Okay. They find a doll in the house. If they find that doll, then it was Mion. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We're conducting thorough examinations on both fronts, suicide and homicide. Or, yeah, if there's a mark on her body. Wait, true. They should check the body of the victim of Shion. If there's a mark on her. What mark? So, Mion is supposed to have a mark on her that signals that she is a demon. She has some type of mark, tattoo, brand, or something. Right? By the way, chat, I said today's a short stream. We're fucking at 12:30. I've had food that's been outside for 3.5 hours. Clack. The door opened as I expected. Oishi-san came in.
どうもどうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか?
Bro, when am I gonna prepare to go to the Philippines? My laptop hasn't been set up at all. Like, I'm fucking Jesus Christ, man. Tell me, how have you been since then?
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
On the plane, that ain't happening.
こりゃ手厳しい。
If chapter 2 ends here, chat, the next 2 days, I don't think we're playing Higurashi, chapter 3. Like, Higurashi, I fucking love it, but it ends up always us doing 8-9 hour streams. Because I get locked into a chapter, and then I'm like, oh fuck, and I get excited, and I play through, and then it's like, oh shit, what time is it? I guess we're 9 hours in for no fucking reason. Alright. As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか?
Yo, watch. Oishi's gonna mention some shit. I'm telling you, my theory on Mion having hit as Shion the whole time is true. Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to his son without her there. However, I
母さん
insisted.
悪いけど5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい意味。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑や
Enough
かなこと
yapping,
で。
Oishi. Get to the meat and potatoes.
ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
What the fuck is Keiichi's disease? Hole in stomach disease?
大石さん、5分ですよ。できればこれが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。
Yeah.
俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was a splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It's hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になり？
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken
転
there.
院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。 仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼし。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃ。ほら。
Son pulls open the can of cookies and what? Oh, ow, I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、ほら、よりどりみ。さあさ、好きなだけ持っていっちゃってください。
What the fuck are you bringing to a child, Oishi?
こんな本なんか持って帰っていって
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら
Jesus Christ,
さぞや
man.
ご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。
Okay.
世の中には看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。今から専門を決めないで幅広くオールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
Yeah, Oishi-san's vulgar laughter, a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. Hurry up.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
Night, I was stabbed by Mion. Shion fell from a balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Impossible. Nah, I don't believe that. I don't think that's possible. It's Mion the whole time. Nothing else was
事故の
conceivable.
わけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、シオンさんを突き落と一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう、それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい、実は見つかったんです。
And it was Shion!
え？あ、て。
Wait, I cooked, chat. Watch. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下。
Love you lots, Fob. Can I have a kiss?
隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
And that's where
Feed
they
your
found
dog, bro.
Shion. Nico TV, they were to 14 and Nita caught with a 34.
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体を。
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, that possibility I believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive just from the fact their remains hadn't been found, gone.
あの地下に、いやいや、まさに死角中の井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルではしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度はそこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古い井戸に抜けられましたね。
Yo, Mio must have supernatural strength to drag bodies from the torture chamber all the way to that well. Like, multiple times. Like, what the fuck? And, like, she killed adults, too. Like, how the fuck?
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやいや、よく。
みんなの遺体は、その底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下に、コールタール状、そこに無造作に投げ込まれた。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体の引き上げには、だいぶ苦労させられました。
全員、見つかりましたか？
I hope that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
全員、それどころか、死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。泥を全部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
The weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulder the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for a cigarette to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back into his shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、 古出里香さん、ご存知ですよね。
もちろん仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Rika-chan had diabetes. I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが。
You think Rika was going to try to kill Mion?
少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません？
Oh shit. I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her.
その崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね、その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
いえいえ、そうは申してませんよ。ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
Can't you just where you tell him about how you told Rika and then what Rika told you? No idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. Fucking dumb fuck. Goddamn, this guy does.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼び。
話の続きを。
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今、村は騒然と盲信してた年寄り方と殺してしまった園崎、実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょう。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
Actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There's a knock on the door. It opened slightly and my mom as we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が。
ミオンは今どうしてるんです？
I want to just hear that answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に本当に正直に答えてもらいたい。
何ですか？
本当にこれいい加減なこと言っちゃうと場合によっては捜査撹乱と見られて告発される場合もありますからね。
Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられ。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. I'm right. I'm right. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with
シオ
it.
ンを突き落として俺を刺してミオンの犯行だってさっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between sisters. The sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because of a sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion, and that's how it happened.
つまり壁越しに聞いて、しかもこのマンション組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですからこの騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。 重ねて言えば、園崎美音を目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなのミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ、だからつまりですね、あなただけがあの晩確かに園崎美音を目撃した。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのかよくわからないんですけ
Now
ど。
he's about to tell us there was a body at the well. At that point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was no smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. Clack, he hit one with his lighter and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎美音に刺されたんですか？
はい、間違いなく。
Smoke Oishi-san breathed out, floated away like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、
Oishi, you motherfucker! Stop edging us! This piece of shit, bro! Trigon Hunter, take over to 40. This guy is edging us so hard, man. Mother gave you 5 fucking minutes and you are dragging this into like 50.
看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は園崎美音も井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
And there it is, boys! I was right! I knew it! I said it! I said it! It says Sonazaki Mion, but now Keiichi has to be like, no, the demon mark. The demon mark. Unless the body in the well was the demon mark?
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい、シオンさんと同じにね、首の骨を折っあの日、前原さんを気絶させた足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるでそこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
それじゃあおかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。
Are you sure that's not Shion?
あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎美音なのに園崎美音じゃない何者かですよ。高野美代さんの死覚えてますか？
え？高野さん？あ、確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かっています。検視したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね、これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが、
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that? I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling me.
死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。
How the fuck could she have been dead for 24 hours?
つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、あなた綿流しの晩、高野美代さんに会ってますよね？
会ってます。
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、会ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。お祭りの準備の時には生きて、でも あなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんは
What the
もう
fuck is
お亡くな
happening,
りになって
bro?
いたのです。
I thought I was cooking. Like, apparently not, because there's just supernatural fucking shit happening. The fuck? The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything. Our intrusion into the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
Caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person?
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
Oishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out a cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating
長居し
around.
ました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of
も
his
しも
eyes.
今後お話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで、その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Oishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to
では
know.
またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
Slam. I listened to the tap 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 of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Oh. Then slip, an arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized by fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ。
I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize it as
な
Mia's
んだ
voice.
ミオ何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた。
そうだな。言ってごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt the belt on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオ、俺今こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
The Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども明日以降もここにいて普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後でそれが大石のやつに分かってまたしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオン、そして俺で3人目な。面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それともあんまり面白くなかったか？
Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even switch. my fingers were spread apart and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Oh my god, we never fucking... What the fuck? Did she put us in a goddamn Tsukuyomi? Did we just live an alternate life as to like how our life could have gone? Bro, she's got a fucking Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait, never mind. Oh shit, Mion's forehead was split open and with a face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up just behind me.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。
Yeah, I saw her in the mirror.
この事件は何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰かこの事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しいこの事件を終わらせてください。それだけが俺の望みです。
あの時一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。今度はダメ。
Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... What is happening? None of my ideas were true because it doesn't make any fucking sense. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck, bro? What? Why was Takano-san dead 24 hours before the incident? How would that even be possible? What the fuck? Did none of this make any sense? I don't know. That's the whole fun of this game, bro. Your guesses are never right. I thought I was cooking with the whole fucking, like, Mion switching with Shion thing, because I thought that would have been, like, really sneaky, but... Was that not even a thing? Was Mion actually dead the whole time? Who the fuck stabbed Keiichi? What the fuck did Oishi mean by it was Mion Sonazaki, but not Mion Sonazaki? So did Keiichi stab himself? The fuck? I don't understand. Are there demons? Is there a fucking curse? What the fuck is any of this? There weren't any more outside of these. It was these two were the last. Yo, bring back Rika and Satoko!
Higurashiの泣く頃に推Watanagashiを最後までお楽しみいただき誠にありがとうございました。今度のシナリオはいかがだったでしょうか。
I have no clue what the fuck happened, but Rena, you were best girl in this chapter. Yup. Hey, my goat. Rena, through and through. I'm sorry I doubted you, Rena. You were the goat, okay?
ちょっぴりでもお楽しみいただければ幸いです。ちょっぴりも何も。
Oh my god, Satoko, I hate to say it, I did miss you.
また大バッドエンドですわ。
I will say though, right? Now we're finally seeing some shit with Satoko and Rika and like kind of getting under the surface level. Because we're seeing a little bit more, right? And then Rika had a syringe, which most likely was that fucking crazy serum that would... I think Rika was trying to inject Mion. And Satoko has apparently done some fucking thing that pissed the fuck out of Mion with Satoshi that was like bad. Yeah, it's like some crazy shit. Spoilers, don't watch this. Yeah, I want to at least see Mion and Rika, okay? My goat!
いやーみんなお疲れ。まあその何？終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃない？私大活躍で大満足。
See, I miss this Mion, you know? Like, happy-go-lucky Mion, like a little prankster, you know?
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。私もリカも殺されちゃったですのよ。しかもサトコはただのとばっちりなのですよ。
True.
あんな死に方嫌なのですな。ほら泣かないで。みーちゃんメインのお話だったようにサトコちゃんメインのお話もあるんだから。
Surely.
今から楽しみだね。
きっとサトコがひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違いないね。
Alright, just in case there are spoilers, we won't get too far into it, alright? Oh, man. Alright, that was pretty good. Let me do this one. Maybe 2 tips here. Maybe the last 2 tips. Let's see. Alright, let's see this shit. What were they cooking up here? The problem with twins, it's not limited to just Hina Mizawa, but in Onigafuchi village, especially the 3 families attest to giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the 3 families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonazaki family's successor, Mion Sonazaki, and her twin Shion are alive and is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryu, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the 2 of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observation of the 2 of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonazaki family is set to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. And according with the tradition, there is an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattoo on Oryu's back as well. Then I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. I mean, we never got to confirm anything of the back tattoos, right? And I wonder how the demon inheritance even works. Does the grandma need to die for the demon to move on? Like, did Mion kill the grandmother to inherit the demon? Or was the demon already inside of her? Because it implies that the demon was already inside of her, because the demon said it woke back up when she didn't get the doll. Which then, what the fuck? Does everybody just have a demon? It just like runs into all of their veins regardless? So it's not an inheritance, it's just born into them? But then doesn't that imply that Shion should have a demon too? But maybe Shion did have a demon the entire time. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Clatter clap.
クラちゃん、あんたが一番遅いよ。
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Oishi-san handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it, so the old lady who owned the mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
おいさん。
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？
Everyone sitting at the
さんまで
mahjong
もや
table
っ
in
てりゃ
the
よか
small
ったのに。
parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out
皆さ
anywhere.
ん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
Also, why did that old guy sound like a little girl on the phone call? You mean when they were looking for the mayor? That wasn't. That was their family member looking for their mayor. That wasn't that was different. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it had lost the atmosphere of a place of
状
entertainment.
況は芳しくありません。所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。近日中に高野殺しは岐阜県警に譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed
請
him.
求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。いやいや困ったもんです。ちなみに 私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could
い
do.
つもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。事件の熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kumagi flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of Sonazaki premises made with
私
magnets.
もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりですがね。退職金が欲しい方は、私が10数える間に席を外してください。
When she began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him, it was her famous 10-count resolution.
10!
Ah, no one's leaving.
皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things
各
up.
自、手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と資格を、熊ちゃんは指揮者で待機。非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。小宮山君は突入 A 班、淳君は突入 B 班を指揮。監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。署に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。さて、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。ゲストのエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
落ちるっすかね。前原圭。
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日には行けそう。
Okay, honestly, I'm feeling like this entire thing is just trending towards more and more that the curse and like magic shit is real with the demons. Right? Chapter 1 was all about us being like, what the fuck? Curses aren't real. And then now it's like, okay, what the fuck is happening? The curses have to be real. Right? Because how the fuck was Takano alive? It's literally impossible. And then I'm assuming what happened then is the spirit of Takano being used by a demon to tempt us into the fucking storage room.
Cinema.
Which would then provoke Mion to then go on a killing spree to sate the demon. But like, what? It's just, I don't know, man. It just doesn't make it, I don't know. All right, well, play chapter 3 to find out. Yes, I don't know if we're going to start chapter 3 before the Philippines because I don't really want to, I don't want to like take too long of a break before then, but yeah, we'll figure that out. Anyways, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. Yes, sir. That was a lot longer of a stream than I planned on. I did not plan on having such a long stream. Jesus fucking Christ. Yikes. Anyways, surely my chicken dinner is good outside for 4 hours. I'm sure it's just a little cold. I just gotta warm it up, you know? It should be fine. Anyways. Alright, chat. I'll see